Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the IWN YouTube channel. This year, Evolve, June the 17th, 2026. Watch along the results. This is your watch party for Evolve Season 2, Episode 16. If y'all are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, turn on the bell for all notifications. Make sure you share the stream. Know that I'm live for this show tonight. We're still at 938 subscribers. All we need is at least 2 more. We'll be at 940. Now, before we tune into the show, let's go ahead and go over the match card first. So tonight we got Tristan Angels going up against Chazz, Starboy, Hall, Roach Jensen versus Holyfield, Kam Hendrix and Harley Riggins versus Noam Dar and Romeo Moreno in a tag match. Zena going one-on-one with Anya Rune. Plus we got an Arron Rourke, Abrams, Evolve Men's Championship face-off. Hopefully it will lead to something. I will be dropping my honest live reactions, be doing my little commentary, and we'll go over everything that went down the show, including the real reason why Masyn Holiday left WWE. And I will be putting these 2 accounts on blast that blocked me today because why would they block me when I never said anything bad about them, when I haven't said a damn thing about them? You know what I'm saying? So there are 2 accounts that I'm calling out today that blocked me. And that's going to be at the end of the watch along. And I'm not playing. I said I was going to call them out, and that's what I'm going to do. And ain't nobody stopping me from doing it either. I don't give a damn who it is. And I said what I said. I was blocked for no freaking reason. Well, I was blocked from Street Fighter or 8-8 for no reason. The whole reason why I was blocked by Push Ref was over my quote take on Masyn Holiday's departure from WWE. And we're going to talk about all that at the end. So let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and pull up Tubi and get Evolve episode 16 pulled up here. The only reason why I'm going live is to talk about the departure of Masyn Holiday and watch the show, sort of. I mean, the card doesn't look that bad, you know. But I made my great predictions clear that it's either going to be a mid-average C+, solid low B-, or a solid B. Could be a solid mid-B show. So We'll see. Trap, hopefully it doesn't ended up being a disaster, man. I'm talking about the Arron Rourke face off. Because I'm hoping this actually delivers tonight. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna call it out. Yes. Let's go ahead and get these earbuds on, first of all. I gotta be able to hear the commentary and the action with these earbuds on. Otherwise, I won't know what the heck they're saying. And I'm gonna have to get another set of wired earbuds to plug into the TV so I can be able to hear what the NXT commentary and the action is saying, because I was live for NXT yesterday and I had the volume down so I wouldn't get no copyright. But I did do a little bit of commentating and live reactions for NXT. NXT was a solid B show last night. It was a very, very solid B. It was more like a solid mid B show last night. That women's tag team main event match was the best match of the entire night. It did better than everything on the show. Tavion Heights versus Jackson Drake was solid. One of the more solid things on the show last night. And then we got that women's segment from the beginning from the North American Women's Champion, Zarya. And then the rest of the stuff was just flat out mid. The rest of the stuff on this show. That Tony D'Angelo Naraku's face to face was solid, little B minus. Thankfully, it wasn't that bad, but season two. So we got Evolve kicking off with the Evolve GM, Timothy Thatcher. Timothy Thatcher is pretty much going over what I already went over the match card. I'm way ahead of Timothy Thatcher on that one. We got the Evolve Women's Champion, Wendy Chu. Both contracts have been signed for the Women's Championship for Succession 3. Oh, and by the way, she said, well, Nikita Lyons have been, and I cannot Tam for that. I'm sick of it. She says this ends at Succession. But tonight, I got my eye on Anya versus Zena, because you never know who your next contender is going to be. You know what I mean? Says Wendy Chu to Timothy Thatcher. Timothy Thatcher asks who she thinks is going to win this one-on-one women's match between Zena and Anya, and Wendy's going with Anya. Uh-oh, to be on Kevin on stage has arrived. Never heard of him. Another huge night on Tubi. We got Holyfield versus Brooks Jensen. That is what's kicking off Evolve Season 2, Episode 16 tonight. We're in for some potential in this match. There's the man from Bam, Brooks Jensen. Bam. Yep. It's going to be an interesting matchup between Brooks Jensen and Elijah Holyfield. Here we go. Usually the fans be in their deep voice. They'd be like, Holyfield, Holyfield, Holyfield. Uh-oh. Which one of these guys are going to get the advantage? Jensen or Holyfield? Brooks Jensen halfway put Holyfield down. Elijah created some separation. Punch to Brooks Jensen. Oh. Jensen sends Elijah Holyfield to the middle ropes. He sends Elijah bouncing off of him. Oh. One of the fans in the crowd said, oh, boy. You're just now tuning in. Welcome this year Evolve, June 17th, 2026. Watch along. Hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you're new, share the stream. Encourage people to subscribe if they're new and have all notifications so they don't miss a single watch along that goes live each and every single week. Uh-oh. Man, that was very disrespectful to Holyfield. Yeah, I see that. Oh, Holyfield. Uh-oh. Oh, Jensen pulled the turnbuckle off, says commentary. Uh-oh. What? Bro, Holyfield just had his first debut last week and he lost? Oh, huh. We're going to talk about that tonight because I didn't like that. We're going to talk about that tonight in the end. Elijah Holyfield already buried and he just won his debut last week. Imagine that. I guess this shows how Evolve feels about Holyfield. It shows how what Evolve thinks of Holyfield. Roach Jensen had a trick up his sleeve. No, this was a fucking. This was more like a bad booking to have Jensen win. What happened to building Elijah Holyfield up, man? We got Arron Rourke and Max Abrams going face to face later on Evolve. We got Starboy. We got Starboy versus Tristan Angels. Don't forget this show was taped. Oh, great. Another ad commercial break. Yay. Dude, Elijah Holyfield's debut was 2 weeks ago, bro. He won his debut and lost his second match. Make that shit make sense. See how bad their booking is on Evolve? You see what I'm talking about? Then you wonder why there's barely anybody watching this shit. Because the shows are not being streamed. The shows are being streamed on YouTube internationally instead of being streamed internationally and in the US. These shows should not even be taped, they should be live shows. And they should be taking these shows to a bigger arena with a more filled up crowd. Don't know why you continue to tape these shows every week, man. It just messes up the vibe of these shows, man. Messes up the vibe and the hype of these shows. Oh Lord. Make me not want to watch this shit already. They just buried Elijah Holyfield on Evolve. Oh, great. It's the annoying Tristan Angels. Make sure y'all hit the thumbs up, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Matter of fact, I'm going to put that shit up on the screen right now because I don't think anybody is paying attention. Sky is the limit for Tristan Angels and Starboy, yet Tristan Angels was moved to NXT. Told you these are tape shows, man. These are not live shows. They should be live shows. I can't believe you have Brooks Jensen do something very stupid, rolling up Elijah Holyfield for the 1-2-3. This was definitely a fucking creative booking decision to have Brooks Jensen roll up Elijah Holyfield for the win. Shaking my head, man. The only reason why Tristan Angels versus Starboy was booked because they brawled last week, which set up the match. Same thing they did with PJ Vasa and Carmen Petrovic in the VIP lounge, which I feel like, in my opinion, they wasted them. Tristan Angels is in control of this match. We got a tag team match set to happen on this taped Evolve later on. Starboy kicked out. The Evolve commentary talking about the Evolve universe agrees that Tristan Angels is the dad. Bro, what kind of fucking shitty gimmick is this that Tristan Angels has? That's what I'm saying. They need to change up his gimmick. I don't like this shit. That's a weird gimmick for him to have. More like a terrible gimmick for him to have. Yeah, Kam Hendrix and Tristan Angels gimmicks need to change. Meanwhile, their movesets are not that bad. They're not that bad in the ring, but their gimmicks need to change. That Bug Squad faction name needs to change too. I know they can give these guys a better. They got the talent. All those members of the Mug Squad faction has the talent. They just need to get them a better faction name. I feel like Mug Squad was just not a perfect name for them. It's not the type of name you should be giving these guys. They need to come up with a real creative name for CJ and Max Abrams and all those two other guys that's in that faction that makes more sense. Not something you just randomly come up with and it creatively doesn't make sense. The strap's coming down. Starboy. Oh, shooting star press. Shooting star. For the 1-2. Tristan Angels kicks out. Yeah, Starboy is definitely going to be the next top babyface in the Evolved Men's division. If what he just did isn't any indication of that, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, Tristan Angels got. Oh, Starboy sends Angels out the ring. Looked like Angels was going to go for a power bomb. I thought he was going to power bomb Starboy on the concrete, but he didn't. Starboy dived to Tristan Angels again, outside the ring. Bro, WWE once again did not give Elijah Holyfield enough time in the ring. I don't understand why they're not giving this guy enough time. Going back to that match, dude, that kicked off Evolve. And he's got potential, dude. He's got everything that the men's division on Evolve needs. You know what I'm saying? He's got everything in a men's talent that Evolve needs. I can see Elijah Holyfield being a future Evolve men's champion. That's how impressive he's been on Evolve. Countered by Hall with a DDT. Starboy Hall, yeah, looks like he's going for his top rope finisher. Uh-oh. Ooh. Shooting star press. It missed this time. Tristan Angels rolled over. He saw him. Oh boy, this is it. Starboy's not kicking out of that. Not a bad match between Tristan Angels and Starboy tonight. I will admit that. Even though I don't like Tristan Angels' gimmick. I thought this was a solid match. I thought this was easily one of the more solid matches of this entire show. For him to have a terrible gimmick, he is not a bad wrestler. We got Chewy giving the mic to Tristan Angels to cut a promo after his victory. He asks what's next for you, Chewy does. Tristan goes on and says, Starboy's light has just been extinguished by the brightest shining star in WWE Evolve history. He goes on to say, me, Tristan Angels, is a glowing example of success and over accomplishment. I proved this when I became Mr. England, and I proved it here, day in and day out in the WWE, he says. He says, I'm the definition of excellence, the definition of elegance, the definition of class. It is one thing being known as one of the best in the world with Tristan Angels around. It's a whole nother ball game when I step into the picture, baby. That's what he says. Oh, we got Zena Sterling versus Anya Rune. This is definitely going to be one of the more interesting matches of this entire night. Hopefully, we'll see. I did say that it was going to be one of the best things of the entire show. If I was going to add commercial break right now, I'm guessing the Arron Rourke and Max Abrams face-off is going to be in the main event. We'll see if I'm either right or wrong. The more you connect, the more you download the app to get started. Saturday night main event will be July the 18th, folks. She said it's been back. She's been so great to be back on Evolve, she says. Zelina says. She said, hold on, I gotta go back and rewind. She said it's been a long journey from LFG to dealing with injuries to missed opportunities, says Zelina or Zena. But now the world's gonna see the best of me. She spoke she spoke Ukraine language and then came out to her theme. Someone that I think Elijah Holyfield either is currently dating or used to date, because I've seen pictures of those two. We got Selena in the ring. Anya Rune. Straight out of a manga panel. Anya Rune. All right, they get ready to show what Anya Rune is about to say. She said, "Ooh, woo. The last time this anime girl competed, she did not fare very well." And she says, "For being the main character, I have to stay determined." So in tonight's episode that involves everyone's favorite anime, I'm gonna do my best to prove myself by making everyone in Evolve notice me. Anya Rune, who she says. That's what Anya Renee says. Kev is in the VIP section tonight. He's a real fan of Evolve. Oh, I see. Wonder why. Uh oh. Oh, forearm to Zena. Anya trying to get herself out the corner. She's stuck in the corner now. Zena Sterling, who's resetting and Evolve, says commentary. Is she now? Oh my God. Did she just botch that dive? Yeah, Anya just botched a dive. She fell off the top rope. She couldn't even dive. I think she got nervous. Can't be too confident. Now Zena Sterling is taking over. What in the hell? Uh-oh, we got Anya. Let's see if she can try to dive on the top rope again. Does she know how to dive on the top rope? Yeah, she needs more training on that top rope stuff. Yeah, she's not really yeah, she's having some trouble on the top rope. She delivered a crossbody nonetheless. Oh no. Zelina. Oh, Zelina noticed the exposed turnbuckle. Fireman's carry position. A side slam, and that was it. And Zelina wins on Evolve. Damn. Another loss for Anya Rune. Uh-oh. Here comes Capri. Mason Holiday and Layla Diggs. Which, by the way, Mason Holiday is the topic of this entire watch along, of this entire watch party. He said, Blake, it's one of the best times I've come in the heavy day. All my coaches told me I was good enough. Well, certainly where they got that from. No harm. They could end it in a second. Darn, Bryson Cole tried to injure home. He said, Corey, you're walking into a minefield here. He had to admit it. I was afraid. He says, I was scared. I mean, this has been a dream my whole life. What am I going to do? Go back to football? Go back to boxing? I know Braxton's mocking you. I said, damn, darn. Braxton thinks it's funny that his brother is supporting Monts or whatever. His whole life is situated for me. He says, I have to make it in WWE. I have to do it for my mom, for my brothers, for me. Is that why the Evolve Championship is important? He said, yes. He's on NXT right now. Look at Kendo and Kylie. I need that title to make it an NXT. Then one day, on to Raw and SmackDown, and then WrestleMania. And Preston Cole, he's just an obstacle in the way. He's a small, little, entitled Trust fund, baby. So I've been trying to channel some other things. No, wait to get clear. He said, when I do, I want Preston Cole in a no disqualification match. That's what Harlan Louise says. And we got another ad commercial break. What do y'all think of that match between Anya and Zena? Let me know in the live chat. Or in the comments when the stream gets processed. He said Big Cat Kita is the new Evolve Women's Champion, which sounds so right, says Salon Jacobs. Wendy is just really inspired to be nothing like her. Oh, wait, oh. Oh, it's written in the stars for Nikita Multimedia, Divine Feline, to the most blissfully gifted third Evolve Women's Champion there ever was. The entire universe will feel me roar, she says. What's up, Thatcher? Oh, what in the hell? Next Wednesday in session 3, Mod Squad's Mac Ingrams versus Arron Rourke for the WWE Evolve Men's Championship. And when we got Wendy Chu defending her Evolve Women's Championship against Nikita Lyons. Oh, they said for the first time, this is session 3, we'll see 1 or 2 debuts. We'll see 1 or 2 new debuts on Evolve. Finally, some new people that will hopefully get the Evolve men's and women's division going and get it back to where it needs to be. Got Kam Hendrix and Harley Riggins out. Waiting on Romeo and Noam Dar to come out. Noam Dar shouldn't even be on Evolve. Should be on NXT. But it's a taped show at the same time. This has to be an old episode. I don't know what's going on with the stream now. And the stream can't be acting stupid now. We got Romeo and Harley Riggins in the ring now. Oh. Oh wow. Goodness gracious. Uh-oh, we got a dive from Romeo to Kam Hendrix and Harley Riggins. I gotta admit tonight, folks, the show hasn't felt that exciting tonight. I have to be honest. Another ad commercial. Evolve is just like Raw and NXT with these commercials, man. It never fails. For this show tonight, I think it's going to be it's going to be minus 20, solid B. It is definitely changing tonight. Minus writing episode did slightly better than last. Nobody's reviewing Evolve. Blame. Holy shit, dude. I barely want to watch Kam Hendrix in the ring because of his terrible gimmick. Look at that. Hendrix collide with Riggins by mistake. Don't forget, if y'all missed my NXT watch along, a watch party last night, go listen to it. Again, if you missed my NXT watch party results, go listen to it. Hit the thumbs up on it and show it support. Same goes for my Monday Night Raw, June the 15th, 2026 watch party. That result. Double ankle locks for Noam Dar and Romeo. Uh, Noam Dar breaks up the pin just in time. Oh, he said this. Someone say chair. Oh, Jake Wilder's back on Evolve. Oh, Harley dived, but it missed. The spinning back fist connect. It's time for the main event. The Arron Rourke and Max Abrams face-off. And Evolve champion Arron Rourke and Max Abrams, the leader of the Mod Squad. Man, if that name doesn't sound, if that name doesn't tell you that they need to change it, he said, I'm honored to be a part of the first class, says Aaron. He said, I've become a great wrestler. gotten in the best shape of my life, putting the work time again, and winning. This was a great moment. Sure, but it was even bigger for WWE ID. To have us all in the ring together, solitary. It's priceless, he says. And then you, yeah, you over there. You knocked that title right out of my hand. And honestly, I should have seen exactly who you were right then and there. He said, yeah, you should have, says Matt Abrams. Everything I do is calculated. Aaron, do you remember the night the so-called leader of the ID program, Sean Legacy, did his big farewell speech? Remember when he snuck me? Prospects coming in to the ID program was hilarious. And I took it personally because nowhere does someone that looks like you. I'm on you. There's nobody in my league. The only guys that work in the Vanity Project, and they're already on NXT. For the rest of you, at this point, it's just charity by WWE. He says, want to say you're on the same level as the Vanity Project. Captain Sam on the leftovers, like we're just left here. No. He says, everyone, four of us, everyone watching at home on TV to achieve an ultimate goal, support of our friends and family. And that's how success comes. And it comes from me. And now for me, it's all about making history. History. It's time. Yeah, something you didn't know about, Bud. All right, go back over here. History. Most notable thing that's going to be your whole career, your big history making moment, it's just going to be asking who did Max Abrams beat? Good one to become the WWE Evolve champion. He said, I think your family, they probably say they're proud of you. But deep down, they know what I know. They know the joke. That's what Max Abrams told Arron Rourke. He said, I'm going to be the champ. I'm going to be the champ. Talking about some, I'm going to be the champ. I'm going to be the champ. Yeah, we'll see. Well, folks, Evolve just went on. Ladies and gentlemen, Evolve went off the air. I don't know if y'all heard me or not. Still going to be calling out those two accounts. Going to go over my overall thoughts and grade on Evolve Season 2, Episode 24. And then go over the real reason why Masyn Holiday departed from WWE and as well as my thoughts on it. But first, after that, we're going to call out these two accounts that blocked me. One blocked me over my quote tweet take on Masyn Holiday. The other one blocked me for no random reason. And that's when we'll go over the news on Masyn Holiday. And then we will go over the tweet that False Finish put out about those 2 tapings this weekend for Friday and Saturday. And then I'm going to set the record straight on how Evolve needs to be booked and how it needs to deliver for Evolve Session 3 next week. And how their creative needs to be going into Session 3. And it's probably taped. Anyways, I'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere. Make sure y'all go check out all the other content I got on the channel, man. We were live for Raw this Monday. We were live for NXT last night. Hit the thumbs up on those watch parties. And make sure you share the stream and keep encouraging people to subscribe and support the channel. Because I'm trying to get people to support the channel. I am. This channel ain't going nowhere, man. I know why people think I'm going to be deleting it. There's some people out there that want me to delete it, but it's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. So I'll be back. All right, folks, I'm back. Told y'all it was going to take me a while. I'm still going to put the timestamps in the description for y'all to skip this whole entire live stream, to skip my whole entire full break. So that way y'all will get to listen to my overall thoughts and grade on the entire Evolve season episode tonight. I will make sure I do that. Make sure I do that tonight before tomorrow. A couple of things I do want to say before I go over my overall thoughts and grade. Everything I'm going to say is honest. No lies. I never lie when it comes to wrestling. I know my wrestling. I've watched wrestling ever since I was little. I know how good and bad creative booking and writing is. I know when the shows are good and when the shows are bad. I know when the talent are getting wasted. I know when the talent's getting bad. I know when the talents are getting booked, properly booked. I know when the talent is getting poorly booked. There's a lot of things I know that this company does right and wrong, believe it or not. But anyways, let's go ahead and go over my overall thoughts and grade on Evolve Season 2, Episode 16. So much improvement from last week's Evolve. Evolve was slightly better than last week's. That is what I'm trying to say. Now, okay, chat. So, Evolve Season 2, Episode 16 is in the books. And, like I said, I'm going to be honest with y'all. This show was a solid low B-. And that's only because a few things actually hit on Evolve. I didn't do much commentary and much live reaction. But outside of Tristan Angels versus Starboy, Charlie, Harlem Louise calling out Braxton Cole for a no DQ match. By the way, Tristan Angel, Braxton Cole, and Kam, their gimmicks are still terrible. And they still need better gimmicks. I know WWE can do better with these guys. In terms of, I'm talking about character-wise. That 6-man tag match with Riggins, Moreno, Dar, Harley and Kam, and that truly sit down with Evolve champion Arron Rourke and Max Abrams. Everything else was mid-average, straight up. This is the honest to God truth. I watched the whole show, so I know. The men's stuff carried the show tonight, surprisingly. Normally the women's stuff would carry it, but the men's stuff had carried it this time. The stuff did not. Contract to end the Evolve Women's title against Nikita Lyons as Session 3. Fine. However, we've all seen this before. Brooks Jensen beat Elijah Holyfield. Tristan Angels beat Chazz, Starboy, Hall. That match actually went hard. Credit there. I'm going to say exactly what I said on Twitter about Brooks Jensen versus Elijah Holyfield because I want people to take notes. 2 weeks ago, this guy won his debut. And then 2 weeks later, he loses. 2 weeks ago, he debuts, and then weeks later, he loses. Second week in a row with no TV time. And taking the pin. Dude, This guy is already buried by Evolve Creative. I don't know how you bury somebody like that that has potential, that knows how to get it done in the ring. This is the guy that the Evolve men's division needs, not the guy that Evolve needs to fucking poorly book and waste on TV. This was a bad booking decision to have Brooks Jensen roll him up for the 1, 2, 3. You cannot build stars like this if you don't know how to properly book them and don't know how to book them in matches for them to win. Especially if you're not giving them more TV time. Something I noted and noticed coming in and out of the match. Now, back to going over my overall thoughts and grade. Tristan Angels versus Chazz Starboy was one of the solid matches, one of the more solid low B matches of the entire night. You know what I mean by solid low B minus matches. Like I said, it went hard. Credit was there. Zena Sterling beat Anya Rune. And then Gianna Capri got in Renee's face, and Layla Diggs with Masyn Holiday told her to back off, basically. So that's basically what we saw here on Evolve, episode 16 on Tubi. Harlem Louise said he wants Braxton Cole in a no DQ. Good. Give me that heat. Give us that match we want to see, man. We want to see whether it's going to deliver or it's going to miserably fail. Nikita Lyons signed her side of the true contract. Timothy Thatcher told Kevin on stage he's guest GM in 2 weeks. That could be chaos or comedy. So we'll see, man. We'll see, live chat. The main event, Noam Dar and Romeo Moreno beat Kam Hendrix and Harley Riggins. Too many moving parts, but it popped the crowd. Then the best segment of the night, Max Abrams and Arron face to face. This was easily the best segment of the night. They killed it. Abrams called the ID guys leftovers, said Arron's family thinks he's a joke, and Arron snapped. That is how you build a title match right there. For Evolve, anyway. Nothing to do with the main roster stuff. So yeah, this is a solid low B minus, and if you take out the 4 things I named, this is like a C show. The men's division saved it. Women's division got to step up before session 3. The ups and downs coming out of Evolve season 2, episode 16. Let's break down the ups and downs. I got to keep it real with this Evolve brand, with the product chat. Obviously, the ups was Max Abrams versus Arron Rourke. Of course, that's heat. The promo was personal. The promo was real. That promo made me care about the Evolve title again. So yes, that promo made me care about the title again. Obviously, the ups was Max Abrams. Now, why it made me care about the promo, or why it made me care about the title again? Well, it's simple. Abrams is the best talker they got. Rourke finally looked like a champ with something to lose. That's an up. That's why this shit made me care about the title again. Simple as I can put it, man. Angels versus Charlie was the match of the night. We know that. Clean, crisp, both guys look like stars. If Evolve had 3 more matches like this, we're talking a B plus show easy. Harlan Luis calling out Braxton Cole, like I said. Luis has been booked like a killer, and if Braxton doesn't step his character up, Luis is going to eat him alive. That feud might main event. I'm not saying it ain't, and I'm not saying it is. We don't know that yet. Until we get to Session 3 or the next episode of Evolve after Session 3. Cage as a guest, I don't know if it works, but I'll still be watching this show next Wednesday night anyway. The comedy GM in wrestling has legs if they commit. Yes, it absolutely have legs if they commit, man. The downs of this show. This is mostly the women's stuff, unfortunately. It's not even their fault, dude. It all falls on the creative booking and writing. It legitimately falls on the bad, lazy, terrible booking, creative, and writing, and how they booked these women tonight. The downs. The women's division was flat tonight with all the women's stuff that was booked. Wendy Chu signing. Nikita signing. Zena beats Renee. They had a Caprice stare down. It's all pieces with no fire, man. No match felt like it mattered. In terms of the downs go. Yeah. Chu versus Lions at Session 3. Better have a build starting now or it's DOA. Another down was Braxton Cole. I said it last week and I'll say it again. The gimmick is boring. It's boring. He's a generic jacket and a jump start. If he's no DQ with Harlem Luis and he doesn't show personality, Luis is going to make him look like an extra. Yeah, get rid of that gimmick. It's boring. Change it. If he's no DQ with Harlem Luis, he doesn't show personality. Luis is going to make him, like I said, going to make him eat his words. He's going to make him look like an extra. That 6-man was fun, but messy. Too many ankle locks. Too many tags. Too many bodies. Cool spots. But I can't tell you, chat, the story tomorrow, man. I just can't, man. Evolve still feels like a holding pen. Abrams said leftovers, and he ain't wrong. Until these wins and losses mean something for NXT, it's all mid. Even for Evolve, it's all mid sometimes. So yeah, the ups, Abrams, Rourke, Angels, Starboy, Luis Promo, Kevin on stage, wildcard, downs, women's booking, Braxton Cole, charisma, overbooked, 6-mans. The whole is this a real brand cloud? The whole is this the real brand cloud, man? That's the truth. And I didn't say crowd, I said cloud. Cloud. C-L-O-U-D. Want to call out a couple of accounts that blocked me on Twitter X. Now, I said I was going to do this, and that's what I'm doing. Because I didn't appreciate them blocking me. I didn't appreciate that one account blocking me over the fact that I quote tweeted my take on Masyn Holiday's departure from WWE. And I absolutely made myself clear. I even got a like for Rican Reactions. Even Rican Reactions knew I was telling the truth. And even Rican Reactions himself was telling the truth on the news on Masyn holiday. Dude, we were both spinning facts, and yet we get negative comments. People say this, people say that. Oh, we think we know everything. Oh, you guys are weird for making this comment or making that comment. That's just like that freaking MCU ... troll account. Made a comment talking about you are very weird, and then he goes and blocks me. And he goes and blocks me like the piece of shit that he is. Like the coward that he is, man. Won't even admit why he blocked me. He just blocked me, dude. Same thing with Strike Fighter R88. Guy blocked me for no reason. Didn't tell me why he was blocking me. He just blocked me. When you're about to block somebody, at least explain why. And then block them. Don't just block them and then without somebody not knowing why you blocked him. You know what I'm saying? But I already figured out why ... blocked me anyway. Street Fight R88. I didn't understand why he blocked me. I never said a damn word or bad damn thing about him. Like I said the other day, man. I'm autistic with ADHD, OCD, and ODD, but I'm also smart and not stupid or weird. I wonder where he got that word weird from. The dictionary? Because I literally put that tweet out 10 hours ago. Got called weird by him because I said the other day that WWE fumbled Masyn on Evolve, and when I mean they fumbled Masyn, and I meant that in the whole way, and I was speaking facts and telling the truth. And if you ain't down with that, I got 2 words for you. Shut the fuck up. Number 2, get over it. Two blocks in one day, man. I tell you. Twitter don't like that, dude. Twitter do be like that. It be like that all the time. It be like that all the freaking time, man. Wrestling Twitter is wild. The IWC is toxic. It's full of no profile, faceless geeks online. And a bunch of nobodies. On top of that, I can name a bunch of nobodies in the internet wrestling community that I see, that I know, that I don't approve of. Seriously. Well, yeah, I do want to call out the 2 accounts that blocked me, man, because I want them to know how I really feel about this. I want them to know that I didn't like that and I didn't appreciate that. And they know I ain't weird. They know I ain't dumb. They know I ain't said nothing bad about them. I ain't said a damn thing about them, like I said. I literally look to see who blocked me. And so far, these guys are the only two that blocked me since I've created a new account. You know, I've had 2 Twitter accounts and they both got suspended for obvious reasons that I don't want to explain. But seriously, imagine that we got 2 faceless, no life, delusional, ugly, crocodile looking geeks on Twitter X that need to get exposed right in front of my real audience, right in front of me. Not their little echo chamber mutuals. Like I said, first victim, MCU ... aka Push Raf. Last real good guy. Yeah, right. More like a bitch guy. More like a crybaby, going to cry to his mama because he know when what I know. And that's WWE treated Masyn Holiday like shit on TV. No plans, no nothing. Kept her in Titus Catering until she was released. Now watch the news come out on WWE saying, well, we wanted to call Masyn Rourke up. I mean, not Masyn Rourke, but Masyn Rourke is on NXT, but Masyn Holiday to NXT along with Layla Diggs. And we wanted her and Layla Diggs to be the new, the new top baby faces or new top heels in the NXT Women's Division. Watch them make some excuse and say, we released Masyn Holiday over budget cuts or because she wasn't getting over. Nah, that's because you wasn't properly booking her. That's because you were wasting her. The bottom line is, folks, if you sign a talent and you're not going to book them properly and you're not going to use them and keep them in Titus Catering, don't sign them at all. Don't sign them to a contract at all. Masyn Holiday, she left on her own terms because WWE left her no choice. We all watched Evolve, loss after loss, no story, no push. Booked her like shit, like I said, wasted her. She bet on herself and walked. Do it on Masyn. We're still going to go over the real reason why she departed. But that's one of the reasons. We got more too. And mine, I'm still going to go over my thoughts on it. But anyways, these 2 faceless, no-life, delusional, ugly crocodile-looking geeks on Twitter, these guys, honestly, these guys are not their little echo chamber mutuals. Yeah, to be honest, Push Raf, last real good guy, he basically blocked me because I had the nerve to quote tweet about, like I said, Masyn Holiday's departure from WWE, not about him. Not to him. Not even thinking about him, man. Not even thinking about him. I was specifically talking about a wrestler on a wrestling show during a wrestling watch party because that's what wrestling fans do. But you, Mr. Speaks the Truth, Mr. Followed by Raf, Mr. Wrestling is okay too, couldn't handle one take that didn't come out your mouth. And yet, this Push Raf Twitter X account got Kurt Angle in his replies, glazing like he's the second coming of the Olympic gold medalist. But you fold like a lawn chair the second somebody has an opinion. Like, let's be for real, man. You put in your pinned tweet If you like one, but not the other, you've been warned. But you forgot to warn us that if we don't worship your timeline, you'll block us like a child. So that tells me, and that tells the live chat, and that tells all of my other Twitter followers on X that you're not a true speaker. You're a Twitter dictator with crocodile skin. Ugly on the outside, thin on the inside. You hide behind a MCU profile picture and a wrestling bio because in real life, you know you'd never talk that tough. And listen here, Push Raf, you're the type to block somebody and then go screenshot it to your group chat like you won a title. Pathetic! What a pathetic loser. And then we got bonus geek number 2. Strike Fight R88. Pro wrestling enthusiast. Fitness nut. Air Force veteran. Bless America. Dude, you blocked me for no reason, man. No tweet, no reply, no interaction, no smoke, no nothing. So you mean tell me you just woke up and looked at your phone and saw my name and decided to be a weirdo? Bro, I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're Hispanic, dude. That's not veteran behavior, dude. That's hall monitor behavior. You post about Stephanie. Let's be honest, Stephanie is my number one main favorite. Always been a huge fan of Stephanie back here. So you post about Stephanie, hinting Oblivion. You post Liv Morgan, you post WrestleMania, you post World Cup. But you can't post a reason why you blocked me because there isn't one. So that also makes you a faceless, crocodile-looking, delusional keyboard general who thinks blocking people makes you tough. It doesn't. It makes you and Push Raf both look scared. You both move like you run Twitter, but you can't even run your own emotions. Y'all sending the void literally in his bio because that's where your logic went. The void empty just like your takes when they get challenged. So let me put both of y'all in your place right now. Y'all are not good guys. Y'all are not enthusiasts. You're not enthusiasts. You're not true speakers. Y'all are two delusional, no-life crocodile face geeks who block people to feel like you got power. Because at the end of the day, outside of Twitter, you got none. You can block me on X. You can't block me here. I'm live with real ones. I taught Evolve. I broke down results. I get views. I try the best I can to build a community. Meanwhile, you guys are building block lists. That's the difference. And accounts like Push Raf hides behind profiles, and at least Straight Fight is not actually hiding behind a profile. He actually has a profile picture of himself, his face. I show my face to my people every stream, man. You mute opinions, I amplify mine. You tap out over a quote tweet, I go 3 hours live with no fear. So yeah, keep your blocks, frame them, hang them on your wall next to your participation trophies, because out here in the real world on YouTube with this chat, let me tell you right now, we don't dope, we don't block, we don't vote, we wrestle with the takes. We keep it real here. And if that makes two ugly crocodile geeks mad, good. Stay mad, stay blocked, and stay irrelevant. Because unlike MCU and Street Fight R88, I don't leave the match when the crowd starts booing. Now I'm going to move on to real reasons why Masyn Holiday departed from WWE, and as well as my thoughts on it. Let's talk Masyn Holiday departing WWE because she left on her own terms. Doesn't tell the full story, and I owe you guys the truth. We all watch the same Evolve show every week. WWE booked her like absolute shit, dude. I've been saying it since yesterday. Loss after loss after loss. No character development, no wins to build any momentum, no clear path to NXT, just catering. Catering to content, quotas. Catering to Saudi taping schedules. Well, taping shows, dude, but catering to 50 hours of mid TV a month. Honestly, that's not development. That's basically purgatory. Can't tell these ID talents be patient. The money's good. NXT is to go while you have them missing real life indie paydays just to go 0-12 on a C tier show with a tired crew and a C level writing. Let's be for real. Let's be honest here. Masyn is talented. She's got the look. She's got the athleticism. She's got the mic skills. They already gave her none of the tools to succeed and all of the reasons to walk. So she bet on herself, basically. She basically bet on herself, man. She saw Evolve for what it is right now. A content farm, not a career builder. And I personally, and I'm sure Rican Reactions, one of my followers, one of my good buddies on YouTube and X, I'm sure he respects this too, especially what I'm about to say. I respect the hell out of that, man. I'm not going to celebrate somebody losing their job, but hey, I will celebrate somebody knowing their worth. WWE fumbled her. They fumbled the ball on Masyn Holiday, dude. Even this dude, no wins, no stories, no call. Masyn won't be the last to choose herself over being booked like an afterthought. I'm telling you. She's gonna do more outside that system than she ever did, taking weekly L's in it. WWE, every time we tell you to do better, you do worse with these SmackDown, NXT, and Evolve shows. The ID program means nothing if you bury the talent in losses before they even get a shot. Wishing Masyn the best because the indies are about to get a star who's hungry. And WWE lost one because they didn't know what to do with her. No creative plans, no nothing. That's for real. That's the truth. So let's set the record straight on session 3 because next week is the go home. And Evolve cannot blow this. Session 3 is next week with Wendy Chu versus Nikita Lyons for the Evolve Women's title. Arron versus Abrams for the Evolve Men's title. Plus matches with 2 new arrivals. A man and a woman in action. Whoever that is, as long as they book them correctly, creatively, as long as it's a new man and women talent that's going to get over, that's going to carry the Evolve men's and women's division, not a men and women's talent that's going to get poorly booked and then drag the men's and women's division down because of Evolve Creative and their sometimes bad creative decisions and bad booking decisions. But yeah, the card I just went over, man, that's the card we know for now. Might still change. They might add some more matches. Who knows? Now here's how they need to book it and how it needs to deliver, in my opinion, because I'm tired of these big event Evolve shows feeling like a regular Tuesday. First, Wendy Chu versus Nikita Lyons. This has to be more than a contract signing and a handshake. Nikita's been cold since her return. Chu's been sleepwalking as champion. Succession has to be where one of them gets hung. Chu retains. She needs to do it dirty. In turn, full mains. Nikita Lyons wins. She needs to look like a killer. Not like she backed into it. No 50-50. No fluck roll-up. This match has to make the women's title feel like a prize. Make it feel important, not a prop. Give it time. And also give it stakes. Most importantly, give it a match angle. Post-match angle. But secondly, Arron versus Max Abrams. This is the main event. Whether they admit it or not. That sit-down interview was the best thing on Evolve in months. Arron talked up WWE ID. Abrams called them leftovers and said Arron's family thinks he's a joke. That's personal. That's real. Succession has to pay that off with violence. Not a clean 10-minute wrestling match. I'm talking brawl. I'm talking blood. I'm talking Abrams trying to prove Evolve guys are better than NXT. Arron fighting to prove his family wrong. If they do a basic title match after that promo, well, they pretty much failed. This needs to be the match that gets flipped on NXT next Tuesday. Or on Evolve the Wednesday after next. Either on Tuesday or on the Wednesday after next. Because after Succession is the Evolve Succession 3 Fallout. So, yeah. The two new arrivals. So about the man and the woman. They need to pretty much debut them right. You know, don't have them lose in 3 minutes to make a statement for the roster. Evolve's problem is nobody getting over because everybody loses. Let the new man squash somebody. Let the new woman run through a vet. We need new stars. We need new stars. I'm cutting it on because I want to. Not new bodies to feed to the same 8 freaking people. I said what I said on that part. Number 4, the whole show structure. Stop with the 8-minute TV matches. Succession is supposed to be your mania for this brand. Go 15 minutes minimum on the titles. Please, for crying out loud. Let the 6-man guys from tonight have a blow-off. Harlem Louise versus Braxton Cole, no DQ, needs to be on this show if they're actually serious. Louise has momentum. Braxton has nothing. If Braxton walks in boring and walks out boring, cut him, please. This is the night to sink or swim. How it needs to deliver, open with energy. not a talking segment. Put one of the debuts early to pop the crowd. Also, bury somebody who needs burying. Well, I don't know about all that. I don't like to see people get buried and wasted. Yeah, I said it. Surprisingly. Evolve has too many people treading water, for real. Succession needs winners and losers. Not everybody looks strong. Build to Abrams as the war. Close with Chew, Lions. If Nikita wins, like I said, dude, if she wins, because if she wins, it becomes new champ. Energy hits different. Okay. Full of God, dude. No Kevin on stage comedy in the middle of title matches. Save that for next week when he's GM. When he's the guest GM. Anyway, not the actual GM. The session 3 has to feel big. It has to feel like NXT scouts are watching, and it has to feel like if you miss it, you miss somebody's career changing. If they book it like another Evolve episode with a name, the brand is cooked. Absolutely cooked. Oh man, I like how I said that. Absolutely cooked, man. I mean, that's just true words coming from a true YouTube content creator. I mean, I'm just being honest. Cooked. Oh my goodness. Anyways, if they swing, if they let Abrams and Arron fight, if they make a new star, if they make True or Lions matter. And when I mean by cooked, ID program, NXT pipeline, all of it. But yeah, like I was saying, if they make a new star, if they make True and Lions matter, it may be, just maybe, Evolve isn't a content phone. Maybe it's a show. So WWE, Triple H, HBK, whoever's booking, deliver. No excuses. We're watching. My YouTube chat is listening to my live reactions, commentary, and listening to me going over my overall thoughts and everything, going over news that's Evolve related, or even if it's Raw, NXT, or SmackDown related, you know. After tonight's B minus, honestly, the Evolve brand owes us an A, period. That is all I got to say, folks. That's going to do it for the WWE Evolve June the 17th, 2026 watch party and results. Oh, yeah, I actually said watch party this time, and actually, instead of actually saying watch along and then correcting myself. Make sure y'all share the stream and let everybody know I was live, and let's make sure we're sharing the stream and spreading the word. Oh, you better believe I always make sure my takes and opinions are on point, believe it or not, especially when I tweet out my thoughts on everything, even when I quote tweet news articles. Oh, yeah. One more thing before I get out of here. So there was some news in regards to the 2 Evolve tapings. So I seen this news article, and I said to myself, I say, 2 tapings? Yeah, I'm not kidding. False finish this week learned that WWE will hold 2 sets of tapings for Evolve this weekend on Friday and Saturday. WWE ID talent were pulled from bookings this weekend as a result of the scheduled tapings. This is where I quote tweeted and said that, which got 1.2 quadrillion views. My quote tweet did. I kid you not, it did. Like I'm literally not joking. And then I had 2 people responding to my quote tweet. 1,219 views for the quote tweet. Impressions. So I quote tweeted and said, 2 tapings in 1 weekend for Evolve? I questioned that, and I was like, after last Wednesday's show, WWE's just stop pilling mid-content and screwing WWE ID talent out of indie bookings for it. They needed to make this shit make sense, really. False Finish responded and said, production crew is going to Saudi Arabia for Night of Champions. I responded and said, then postpone Evolve tapings. Don't double book the crew. Ruin the show. Just meet a content quota. ID talent losing indie paydays for rush tapings is still trash booking. And I went with exactly what I said. And then I got responses saying, dumbass, you think WWE doesn't pay the guys in Evolve? They earn dollars there. Not a hot dog and a Coke. Yeah. Excel. Mr. Excel Marias. Whatever his Twitter X account name is. Yeah, they get paid in WWE. Still doesn't make double tapings with Time Crew, good booking, pay quality. This week and last week's episode proved it. This week's episode wasn't even close. It wasn't even the best Evolve episode of 2026. And it still did a solid low B minus. That's where I was like, oh Lord, here we go with the negative comments online. Here we go. They doing nothing. No, damn well they doing nothing trying to get me fired up. Then Axial replies and says, and he laughs, he says, you're probably not very aware of when he tried to be a smartass. Telling us, you're probably not very aware of when NXT used to record 4 shows a month. Or when SmackDown used to record 2 shows on the same day during the era of The Rock, Taker, Lesnar, Hogan, etc. Her. And then he says, those names are much bigger than anyone in Evolve, and they never complain. Meanwhile, my response was that NXT 4 shows a month had 1 crew and A-tier talent. SmackDown double tapings had The Rock, Taker, Hogan. Yes, they did have them. But Evolve is running C talent plus C minus crew with C writing. When I say they had them, I'm pretty much confirming that he was right about that part. The same schedule, worse product, and that's the difference. There was definitely a difference, no question about it. I can tell. Then I got a response from a different Twitter X account. That's a wrestling fan. Well, he's autistic like I am, but he says, I am sure WWE is probably paying them for these tapings. I mean, I doubt they are doing Evolve for free. So I responded and said, never said they're working free. They're losing 2 to 3 indie paydays for 1 WWE check. That's the point. Bad trade for rush tapings. See what I said there, chat? They responded and said, if they join the IV program, then there's a 90% or 97% chance they eventually want to join WWE, so I doubt they are upset at missing those indie dates. So I went on and ended it by saying, by the way, wanting WWE someday, wanting to lose money, plus ring time now, they signed ID to get to WWE faster, not to sit through rush tapings with no story, missing ID dates, still hurts their growth. Hey, growth plus pay. growth and pay, man. That's pretty, ooh, goodness gracious. 97% chance they pick both if WWE booked it right. So that's basically what I said. And that's basically what these accounts, commented back and forth and said. And even Rican Reactions responded to my comment and said, Evolve with PUWF. It is kind of weird that this is the first time ever they've done 2 tapings in a weekend. Also, last week's show wasn't that bad. A solid C, B minus. Meanwhile, I disagree with that. I think the show was bad. Like, the show was mid-C garbage. I mean, that's okay. Sometimes we're going to agree on things. Sometimes we're going to disagree on things. We all have that. That's the typical internet wrestling community for it. But I responded and said, weird timing because the crew leaves for Saudi next week. So they're rushing 2 tapings of C/B minus content with a tired crew. And ID talent still lose indie paydays. Stock peeling mid. X2 doesn't make it better. Still trash book at the end of the day. Trash booking is trash booking. Great booking is great booking. Solid booking is solid booking, and mid booking is mid booking. That was trash booking. That was terrible D booking. So yeah. This is why I say Evolve needs to step up their game, man. They need to do better with booking their Evolve women's talent and the Evolve women's division as a whole. Anyways, folks, I'm getting out of here, man. Tomorrow is my usual night off. And thank you to all my Twitter X followers for the follows, man. I appreciate Rican Reactions as always, man. A great YouTube content creator, man. He breaks it down and speaks facts like I do, man. And that's that. Just like he admitted that Izzy versus Ariana Grace is a terrible match. And I fucking agree. That is going to be one of the worst matches on the entire NXT card if that happens. Nobody is gonna. This gives nobody a reason to fucking care. This is why I said, why in the hell are we still seeing the men's and women's speed titles on television, knowing they ended the speed brand years ago? You see what I'm saying? What are we doing, NXT? Why are we not getting the men's and women's speed titles off of television? Should have did this a long time ago, and they're still on there. Jeez Louise, man. Just stop booking the speed men's and women's tournaments. The actual important NXT titles that they need to be focusing on is the NXT Men's Championship, the NXT Women's Championship, the NXT North American Women's and Men's Championship, and the NXT Tag Team Championships. Those are the titles that they need to focus on. Those are the only titles that should be showing on NXT. Not the Evolve Championship, and certainly not the Evolve Women's Championship. Not the men's and women's speed championships. The point is, the NXT titles are the only titles that should be on television, and that should be shown. We should not be seeing other titles on TV. Hell, we shouldn't even be seeing Lola Vice with that other title that she's got on television, that the AAA Mixed Tag Team Championship. We should only be seeing her with the NXT Women's Championship. Why can't they just have her leave the AA Mixed title in the back? Or in her bag or something? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just telling y'all how things are supposed to be in wrestling, man. I'm just speaking facts, man. Things that we're supposed to see and things that we're not supposed to see on television. Put it that way. But thank y'all for tuning in, man, and listening to my little commentary and live reaction. I barely kind of did any of that. But if you listen to my overall thoughts and grade on Evolve Season 2, Episode 16, you can clearly tell I not only care about Evolve, but I also care about the SmackDown, Raw, and NXT brands as well. And I want every single brand to succeed. But the two best consistent shows of this year has been Monday Night Raw and AAA. And I enjoy what AAA and Monday Night Raw have been doing. Now, they have their ups and downs too some weeks, but they've been two of the best consistent shows at the end of the day. I swear to God, dude, if Obafemi loses in the finals, I'm going to lose it. I am. Jey Uso winning is the worst decision ever. Nobody wants to see Jey versus Cody. Nobody gives a fuck. Jey Uso versus Cody for the Undisputed Championship gives nobody a reason to care. We've seen this too many times. I'm going to say it on my SmackDown Watch Along, and I'm also going to say it here. Dude, the fact that my quote tweet got 1.1 quadrillion views tells the entire internet wrestling community right there that I was telling the truth when I said the obvious answer to the question from Ringside News, does Jey Uso deserve to win the King of the Ring, is hell no. Jey Uso winning King of the Ring just gives us Cody versus Jey again. It's basically a waste of time. It's lazy booking. Give it to Oba Femi, the ruler, the destroyer, the brinker of fucking war. Jeez. The matches, that should be the main matches, the biggest matches that should be on SummerSlam right now is Oba Femi versus Brock for night 1, Oba versus Roman for night 2, and Cody versus Sami Zayn, or heel Sami Zayn versus Cody Rhodes for the Undisputed WWE Championship for SummerSlam night 2. If those matches are not on the SummerSlam card, oh yeah, you better believe I'm going to be calling it. I'm going to be calling WWE and Creative out for that. A book that on the card. That's how you get more audience. That's how it generates more excitement and hype. Man. And that feel to the premium live event. If they book Cody versus Jey for SummerSlam, dude, at that point, SummerSlam is going to be SummerScape. It ain't going to be good. That's why I say it needs to be Oba Femi versus Brock for night 1. And Oba versus Roman for the World Heavyweight Championship. And Cody, babyface Cody versus heel Sami Zayn for night 2. Turn Sami Zayn heel this Friday night. And we get heel Sami versus Cody. That makes the match official for SummerSlam night 2. Hell, they can announce that as the first match for night 2. Shit. Dude, I literally been saying all this entire week. Oba versus Roman for the World Heavyweight Championship, and Cody versus Sami Zayn for the Undisputed Championship is better than Cody versus Jey. I said what I said. Book it. WWE, no excuses. I'm probably going to get some negative comments and backlash on Twitter and why you don't want Jey Uso versus Cody? Because it's boring. That's why. It'd be one of the worst decisions ever. Nobody wants that. The entire community is saying no for a reason. I just confirmed why they're saying no. That's why I don't understand why they creatively lazy booked this King and Queen of the Ring tournament like they did. And that right there, the fact that they did that tells you everything you need to know. And that's the fact that WWE is running out of ideas again, like they did years ago. The mistakes that they could and couldn't fix. If you are rooting for Jey Uso to win, God bless you, Ben. You got a serious brain damage problem if you think that Jey Uso should win the King of the Ring tournament. You are the reason why half of the internet wrestling community complains like they do because of terrible decisions like that. Think about it. Ova versus Roman is fresh. It's big. This is what we need, man. And Cody versus Sammy is what we need too. That's all I'm gonna say, man. I'm getting the heck out of here this time. Well, IWN family, it's been good being live for Evolve. Evolve has somewhat kind of improved, but their booking, creative, and writing still needs to improve. They need to make sure that those three things are on point. Just like SmackDown turning Sammy heel or Cody heel is what's going to be one of the many things that's going to save the SmackDown and the SmackDown rating. Just like bringing Sheamus back to turn heel and having feud with a babyface CM Punk. One of the many things that could potentially save the Monday Night Raw ratings. Stephanie coming back as a two-time World Women's Champion. That's definitely going to ring. Better than having it on Liv Morgan. Her title reign is terrible, dude. Just like Y'all, don't forget to check out all the other watch parties. One for all my listen to those. Get those a thumbs up. Friends, try to talk through. Keep on supporting it. Support goes a long way. Thank y'all for tuning in and being here. A battery went dead, and I just had to go in another location in freaking Georgia. Hilarious. But good night. Y'all take care. I'll see y'all live for SmackDown.